Good morning. It's April 18th, and we're starting the Planning Board meeting. The first item is preliminary matters. We have two this morning, adoption of resolutions and approval of minutes. Adoption of resolution, the first is Chevy Chase Club Forest Conservation Plan F20240150 MCPB number 24-041. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. The next is approval of minutes for February 29th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. We're now skip to roundtable discussion where we have our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo, presenting this morning. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. So, starting out with this beautiful image of our tulips at Brookside Gardens. This Saturday, April 20th, Brookside Gardens is holding their plant sale, and this is a great opportunity to come and purchase some native plants to add to your home garden. I plan to stop by myself. And here are some of our spring events, which are already well underway. We had our Acoustics and Ales recently on April 6th, and over 350 people attended that event at Elm Street Urban Park. This particular Acoustics and Ales event had kind of a dog and pet theme. And of course, as always, our Acoustics and Ales include beer and music. That's what makes them fun. The same day as this Acoustics and Ales, our program access team hosted our Shine Brighter Together event, which we do in support of Autism Acceptance Month at Wheaton Regional Park. And again, we had over 400 attendees at this event. We partnered with a number of organizations, including the ARC of Montgomery County, Montgomery County's Rec Department, the Autism Society of Maryland, our Montgomery County Police, and other organizations as well to put together this event where attendees decorated buddy benches and participated in other activities, including face painting. We had character meet and greets. So, of course, Otis was there. He made a very important appearance, along with his friend, the Montgomery County Rec Department's T-Rec. So the two of them together, I think, made quite a splash. We also have begun our Sunday serenades at Cabin John Regional Park, and apparently we broke a record at the latest one. We had 375 attendees with some food vendors and live music, and we have two more events this spring, two more of the Sunday serenades on April 21st and April 28th. So if it's a nice day, it's a great event to attend over at Cabin John. Next. So we did our latest community meeting on the Wheaton Action Sports Park on April 3rd and had a really good turnout and got a lot of excellent feedback. Just to refresh, everyone's memory, the Wheaton Action Sports Park is a recommendation that came out of the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan. This would be built in what is now the Rubini Athletic Complex, which is kind of the hub for all of our athletics and sports at Wheaton Regional Park. The meeting was held virtually, and it did offer a Spanish interpretation option, and it's recorded and posted to YouTube for anyone to watch in case they weren't able to attend. The purpose of the meeting was we wanted to update the community on our progress since the master plan, discuss some of the potential amenities, and we presented two preliminary design concepts. One of them you can see up here on the screen. And just sort of try to share with people more about these two alternatives and get some feedback. We also plugged our open town hall survey, which is open until May 12th. And so far, almost 500 people have taken the survey, which is a very good number. There are 3 phases to implementation of this project. The first phase would be renovations to our parking area and to the courts. The second phase would be renovation and upgrades to the Rubini maintenance yard, because if we're going to build this facility here, we have to have the capacity for our maintenance team to actually keep it up and access it. And then the final phase would be the actual construction of the Action Sports Park. The amenities that we are including are based on feedback from our community outreach for this project specifically, but also from the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan. And these include a skate park, a pump track, a bike skills track, climbing and extreme fitness areas, a kids' wheeled play area, an adventure play area, of course, bathrooms, and spaces for people to engage with each other socially while they're here kind of watching all this fun happen. We want them to be able to just kind of hang out and enjoy themselves. I am going to hand out to you our county-wide skate park survey report. I have hard copies, and I will be passing them out. Our skate park outreach concluded this past fall, and we did receive over 700 responses. 74% of those were from residents of Montgomery County. We did have some people respond who come from a little farther, because people will travel for a regional large skate park complex. So we did get feedback from outside the area as well. 45% of our respondents were between the ages of 13 and 29, and we were very proud of this because this is an age cohort that is generally very difficult to engage. So this was a very, very good response rate from that group. I think you can recognize the gentleman in this photo. This is our former Parks Director, Mike Riley. We had our council budget hearings for the operating budget, and I think Parks had a very good showing in terms of people coming and testifying in support of our budget and sharing their stories about what the park system means to them. Some of the supporters were folks from our Weed Warriors program, our Montgomery Explorers participants, that's our walking program for seniors, small business owners who work with us on our activation attempts. The breweries, for example, folks like that supporting the work we're doing to get people into our parks. And of course, Mike Riley, who could really sort of speak with a lot of knowledge, but also from the heart about what the Parks Department does with the funding that we receive. We're scheduled to go to the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee next week on April 24th to discuss our budget with them and hope that they will vote to restore some of the reductions that we will have to make in order to meet the county executive's recommendation. We've come before you quite a bit to talk about our work in stewardship. I think that the Montgomery Parks Department has an environmental stewardship program that is probably among the best in the country in terms of local and county and municipal parks departments. And one of the things that we did recently was we completed a prescribed burn at Little Bennett Regional Park. These prescribed burns replicate the natural cycles that support our biological diversity and our native habitat, and we think that we need to do more of this in our parks to maintain our environmental diversity, our diversity of species, and so it's sophisticated, it's challenging, but we did this successfully recently. Next slide. And I want to thank the chair for joining us last week at our Park Police Service Awards. It was held on April 10th, and it was organized and hosted by Captain Nicole Adams, and you can see her there in the top right photograph. Our park police have over 100 employees, including sworn officers and civilian personnel, and park police are on the job 24/7, 365 days a year. So they also depend on volunteers to help them out with a lot of things like, for example, opening and closing our parkways on the weekends, helping attend community events, helping us with our barn operations over at Woodlawn, and they even do bike repair on our park police bicycle fleet. Some of the awards that were given out this year included Detective of the Year, Canine Officer of the Year, our Dispatcher of the Year, and more, including awards for some of our volunteers. And some of the ones that kind of stood out to me included the Bronze Star that was given to Sergeant Gary Ragubar. He rescued a driver from a vehicle that moments after he was able to get this person who was stuck in their vehicle out, the vehicle was engulfed in flames. And he put himself at risk to do this. Our Teamwork Award, which was given to multiple officers who apprehended and arrested a group of armed robbers who had fled the scene of a crime that they had just committed in Baltimore, and they bailed out in Fairland and disposed of their guns and ran off, and our officers actually caught them, arrested them, and then stayed to locate all of the guns that had been dropped in the park, because it's obviously really important to us that there not be any loose guns in any of our parks. And, we were really proud of them for working on this in concert with officers from other areas that they were cooperating with and coordinating with. And then also our Volunteer Award, which was given to David Cohen. He took it upon himself to try to repair our entire fleet of park police bicycles, and even took a bunch of them home to fix them in his workshop, in his bike workshop, and with his own resources and on his own time. And they were very appreciative of that too. So this was an excellent event. So with that, thank you. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions, comments from the board members? Yeah. Well, this is wonderful. It also gives us we can't be everywhere, and you help us to bring us up to speed of what's going on in the Parks Department. And I was so enjoyed being at the Park Police Service Awards to seeing how great our park police are and how they're dedicated to their job. So thank you for that. And I just want to say, we also, on behalf of the board, want to thank you. I know many out there may not know, but you were featured in the Montgomery magazine for the month of April, May, June. So that was wonderful and then you so lovingly talked about your work in the parks and how important the parks is to the county. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
So we're going to take just a 2-minute break, or maybe a 1-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item, 5, Avondale Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1-2020-022A, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We'll be right back. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item 5, Avondale Preliminary Plan Amendment number 120200022A, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Today we have Grace Bogdan from the Planning Department presenting. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Again, for the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning. Today I'm presenting to you a preliminary plan amendment for Avondale. This amendment is specific to the validity period, and the applicant's requesting a 2-year validity extension. This is the time within which a record plat must be recorded for the property. And today we are recommending approval with one new condition. Just to get the board situated, this project is located in downtown Bethesda at the southern border of the county. Specifically within downtown Bethesda, the project is located on the east side of Wisconsin Avenue on Avondale Street. The property is approximately 0.33 acres in size, zoned CR 1.5 with a maximum height of 70 feet, and within the Bethesda Overlay Zone and the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. This property has received several approvals from the Planning Board dating back to November 2020. This includes a sketch plan, a preliminary plan, and later on a site plan in September of 2021. Essentially, these approvals allow the project to construct a 70-foot tall residential building for up to 60 units. With a portion of Bethesda Overlay Zone density. The preliminary plan created one lot with a validity period of 36 months or 3 years and an adequate public facility period of 5 years from the initiation date, which was established at January 3rd, 2021. Today, the applicant is proposing to extend that validity period. The validity period would have expired on January 3rd, 2024, and they are requesting a 2-year extension to take that forward to January 3rd, 2026. And so with this amendment, there are no other changes to the plan proposed. It's specific to the validity extension. So for the board to consider validity extensions, the subdivision code created grounds for extensions, and 2 of those criteria listed on your screen. The first is if delays that are caused by the government or some other third party have inhibited the applicant from meeting the terms of the plan and validating the plan, or if there are significant or unusual unanticipated events that have occurred beyond the applicant's control that have inhibited the applicant's ability to validate the plan. Only one of these criteria need to be met for extension requests. However, in this case, the applicant is claiming that both these criteria meet the project. Other considerations for the board for validity extensions are that the applicant may have to revise the plan if there's any changes to Chapter 50 that would need to be updated in the project. The applicant must demonstrate that the project is still viable. The board may only grant the minimum amount of time necessary to validate the plan, and the board cannot allow an extension to go beyond the adequate public facilities review period, and more than one extension may be granted. So how does this all apply to the amendment request before you today? The extension was requested accepted by our department in December of 2023 prior to the expiration. The applicant is claiming in their statement of justification, which is attached to your staff report today, that there are significant long-lasting impacts of COVID-19, including market uncertainty and rising interest rates. And additionally, there was a third-party contract. So the applicant did go under contract in 2022 with a developer to bring the project forward for permitting and recordation. That developer had notified the applicant in June of 2023 that they could no longer proceed with the project, leaving them with little time to pick up the pieces and get the plat recorded. The applicant is claiming the project is still viable. Prior to this failed contract, the developer did take several steps to bring the project forward, including certification of the site plan and preliminary plan. They began the engineer drawings, and they did submit the initial record plat application, so things are still ongoing. And additionally, the applicant noted that recently County Council adopted a zoning text amendment just last year for projects within Bethesda utilizing Bethesda Overlay Zone density, giving those projects additional time to bring the project forward, noting that market uncertainties because of COVID-19 have made it difficult for these projects to move forward. And then lastly, no major changes within the subdivision code have occurred that would require updates to the project. All noticing and signage requirements have been met. We did receive one letter of correspondence from a neighbor, which is included in your packet today. These concerns are regarding parking, traffic, lighting, and construction impacts. These are really outside the scope of the review for the amendment request today because it is specific to just the validity extension. I'm happy to go into this if you'd like. And so with that, we do find that the applicant has satisfied the applicable sections of the subdivision ordinance and remains in conformance with the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan, and we recommend approval with the one new condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one person signed up to speak today. It's Dirksen Kenne with the National Center for Children and Families, they are an adjacent property owner. Ms. Kenne, you're allowed to speak now.
Well, we didn't really sign up to speak, I think. I was just asked to join the meeting to listen in.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Would the applicant like to make a presentation or speak on this matter at all?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sue Lee Cho for the record with Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant, SJ Investment Corp. The applicant does not have a separate presentation. We are here to answer any additional questions that the planning board might have. We thank staff for the very thorough report. We don't really have anything additional to add other than we still do believe the project is very much viable. And all of the reasons stated by Ms. Bogdan, we would request the extension as requested, approval as requested.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. One question. What is the applicant currently doing? What is the state of moving the project forward now?
So the engineering firm that was working with the third-party contractor remains the same as the original engineering firm that assisted the property owner through the entitlement process. And they are the record plat that was filed by the third-party contractor is being picked up and finalized for and carried forward by the property owner, as well as final engineering plans.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? If no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of the Avondale Preliminary Plan Amendment number 120200022A, approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you so much. Look forward to you moving
Thank you.
forward the project. Thank you. So we're going to, how long do we need to switch over? Okay, we'll take a 1-minute break and we'll start with item number 6, B.F. Gilbert's Administrative Subdivision, application numbers 620210160, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. We're back on item number 6, B.F. Gilbert's Administrative Subdivision Application 620210160, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and Mr. Tassan Gatling is presenting this morning.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Saquon Gatling with Down County, presenting the administrative subdivision plan for B.F. Gilbert's subdivision of Tacoma Park. As the chair stated, it's application number 6, 2021-0160. And staff is recommending approval of this plan with conditions as shown in the staff report. Just off the top, a general location, this project is within the city of Tacoma Park in the southeastern part of the county, and within the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan. Zooming in a bit closer, we can see that the subject property is outlined in red on your screen and is about 0.6 acres in the R60 zone. The property is located along Oswego Avenue, which dead ends to the south just in front of the Department of Public Works for the city of Tacoma Park, which neighbors the property to the south. As a further point of reference, the property is just about a quarter-mile northeast of the Tacoma Park Piney Branch Park, and falls just outside of the boundaries of the recently approved Tacoma Park Master Plan Amendment, and is instead subject to the existing 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan. Along Oswego Avenue, we see other similarly shaped lots. However, this lot is a bit larger, about 20 to 25 feet wider than other lots along Oswego. I will note that to the rear of the property indicated here on your screen, this is a R30 zone 3-story apartment building which abuts the property to the rear. Here on the proposal slide, we can see that the plan seeks to subdivide the existing lot into 2 lots for a single-family dwelling on each lot, with Lot 1 containing the existing home to remain. Due to the size and shape of the existing lot, Lot 2 is designed in a flag lot configuration, which allows the proposed home on Lot 2 to be located in an area which minimizes encroachment into the steep slopes along the north and south boundaries of the site, as well as tree canopy and forest to the south and rear. As an administrative subdivision plan, the application is subject to requirements as shown on your screen. In particular, although staff received no letters of correspondence from neighbors, this plan is before the board today because it includes a flag lot configuration on Lot 2. So with that, in order for a flag lot to be approved, only the board can make the finding that due to features such as topography, positioning, or other environmental constraints, the flag lot configuration is the only way to successfully subdivide the property. Here on your screen, we have a slide of environmental features on the site. In particular, these features are described in the staff report, but I will note that the existing single-family dwelling is located a bit more to the north rather than centered on the site, which helps avoid some steep slopes to the south and allow tree canopy on the southern end of the property as well. There is forest in the back as well as steep slopes, and also adjacent on-site and off-site canopy and mature trees to the north, which must be protected for the flag lot configuration. In order to protect these features, the applicant has provided building restriction lines, which also aid in meeting the requirements of the flag lot per the subdivision ordinance. We have 80 feet of separation between the building envelopes of the existing home to the front, as well as the proposed home, between the proposed home to the rear and the R30 zone apartment building to the rear. This results in the building envelope outlined in red on your screen, which protects, to the extent possible, tree canopy to the north, keeps the home as much as possible from encroaching on the steep slopes we showed on the previous slide to the south and rear as well. Based on the provided justifications, which were fully enumerated in the staff report and the placement as shown on the screen, staff feels that the applicant has met the requirements of flag lots as cited. And with that, we are recommending approval of the plan, which meets the requirements of the subdivision ordinance as shown in the staff report. The master plan is conditioned, and the staff has received no correspondence from the community, and the city of Tacoma Park was included on the review and has seen the application and has elected to choose to provide no further comment on the plans as well. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Great. I don't think there are any. One signed up for public testimony, correct? Okay, so any members of the board have any questions or comments on this? No. Just one quick question. So the driveway to the south is fairly wide at the entrance. Is there a reason why it's so wide there? And is there also a reason why the two lots couldn't come off of one driveway? Is there a reason for that? And
Yeah, so the wider lot to the bottom as it's proposed has to be modified to a wider configuration to allow for fire department access, entry and exit for the turns here.
I see.
And a wider driveway wouldn't have been feasible to modify for the existing driveway, given the placement of the home is currently very close to that driveway, and expanding it wouldn't have allowed that home to remain, as well as keeping distance from the tree canopies and slopes.
Great. Thank you for that. That's a good reason. And the houses will face what would be the front doors of the, do you know which way the houses will face?
We're only approving the building envelope, so that is subject to
Okay.
change. But based on the plans, it appears that the Lot 2 proposed home may be facing as we go towards the entrance of the driveway.
Okay, like the other home. Okay, great. I have no other further comments or questions. If none by the other board members, do I have a motion for approval of the B.F. Gilbert's administrative subdivision application 6202101660, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Move that we approve the administrative subdivision.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Gatling, and we'll now take a 2-minute break and go to our next item, number 7, Springvale Terrace Sketch Plan Number 320240020, Preliminary Plan 120240030, and Site Plan Number 820240040, and Forest Conservation Plan F20240200, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Springvale Terrace, sketch plan number 320240020, preliminary plan number 120240030, site plan number 820240040, and forest conservation plan number F2024020, public hearing where staff is recommending approval of each of these. So this morning, we have Adam Bossy of the Planning Department presenting. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Thank you for that introduction. For the record, Adam Bossy with the Down County Planning Team, here to talk about Springvale Terrace. And there are 3 applications in this wonderful proposal that they've put forth. And this is a proposal to redevelop an existing senior living facility and replace it with a larger independent living facility for seniors that's seeking to be 100% affordable. So this particular proposal, all the applications together were reviewed under the Planning Department's Speed to Market initiative. This is a process that's reserved for projects with unique community benefits. In this case, the highly affordable nature of this project got it there. So this is a consolidated development review process where we do review the sketch, the preliminary, and site plans concurrently in 120 days, in this case 118 days. And that's instead of the applications being reviewed in sequence over a longer period of time. So we are looking at like conceptual level design things, lotting, adequate public facilities, and then detailed design all at the same time. So it's really, it's quite a process. It involves, both public agency and applicant team being incredibly nimble. And with this process, I do want to reach out and just thank the folks at the applicants table, as well as our public agency friends and staff here in the Planning Department for being so nimble and engaged in this process to make it successful. With this particular project, before we started down the speed to market road, the applicant did file a concept plan with us. And that did provide a mechanism for us to all get together, look at the scope of the development, and for the applicant to get feedback from public agency and planning staff before diving into this fast-paced process. And that allowed us to work through some of the higher level design and kind of technical aspects of the proposal, again, before going full speed into the speed to market process. And we do have, again, members of the applicant's team here. There's some public agency staff folks on the line who are available to answer questions as we move along, because this does have so many moving parts. I just do want you to know that those resources are here today. So the location that we're talking about, Springvale Terrace, is in Silver Spring. This is in the southeast corner of the county. Springvale has been providing housing and assistance for seniors at 8505 Springvale Road, just outside of downtown Silver Spring for a little bit more than 60 years. Their property is in the adjacent communities area of the 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. The site itself does sit on the Purple Line corridor, which runs down Wayne Avenue here. The future Dale Drive station will be about 0.2 of a mile east of the site, and the Silver Spring Library station will be about 0.3 of a mile to the west. So the site occupies a block that's bound by Wayne Avenue, Cloverfield Road, Pershing Drive, and Springvale Road. We do have some photos from around the site here. The site is developed with the existing Springvale Terrace facility that sits on the eastern 2/3 of the property, and we have parking on the western third of the property. The existing facility has 146 units and 60-some-odd parking spaces. There are 5 existing curb cuts that do provide vehicular access to the site today. 4 of those are on Springvale Road, and 1 of those is on Cloverfield Road. The site itself is zoned CRT and surrounded by single-family development in the R60 zone. We do have the Chelsea Heights Townhouse community in their open space located across Pershing Drive, and that is in the THD, the Townhouse Development Zone. The site does have pronounced topography, and it does slope downgrade from Pershing Drive to Wayne Ave. Looking here at the proposed site plan, the project proposes the full redevelopment of the site with a larger building, slightly smaller parking lot, and associated site features, including landscaping and stormwater management. The proposal does meet its 35% green cover requirement with the trees and landscaping we see illustratively shown here. The proposal maintains the general site layout as the existing development, with the building on the eastern portion of the property and parking on the west. The footprint of the new building does make more efficient use of the site area than the existing building, and it will include units facing toward an interior courtyard as well as outside toward the streets. Vehicular access points to the site are consolidated down from those 5 existing curb cuts that I mentioned down to 2, one for the parking lot on the lower left corner of the image and another curb cut for the loading bay on the top right corner of the image. All 4 frontages of the property will have improved sidewalks. There's currently no sidewalks on Cloverfield Road or Pershing Drive. The Wayne Ave sidewalks are going to be improved, as will those on Springville Road. The main entrance to the building will be from the parking lot, and it will have a secondary main entrance to Wayne Avenue. The interior courtyard here is a nice private recreational amenity, and that's and there are also going to be 2 additional outdoor seating areas that are provided, kind of bookending the property. One adjacent to Pershing Drive, which confronts the Chelsea Heights townhouse open space, and a second outdoor seating area adjacent to Wayne Ave. Additional private recreation amenities are going to be provided internal to the building as well. The building is worked into the topography of the site. It will have 5 floors, or reach 5 floors proximate to Wayne Ave, and reach an elevation with 3 floors proximate to Pershing Drive, which you'll see in an upcoming image. Some of the statistics here with the project. The new building is proposed with a gross floor area of 206,464 square feet. Does have a maximum height of 65 feet to support those 5 floors. We'll have up to 237 units, inclusive of 25% of those being moderately priced dwelling units. And the applicant is striving for the remaining units to be DHCA approved, MPDU equivalents, or other low-income housing tax eligible units. Access and circulation around the site are improved by the proposal. As noted, the number of curb cuts is going down from 5 to 2, which does reduce points of potential conflict between cars and pedestrians. As also noted previously, we'll have new sidewalks provided around the property on all 4 frontages. Service and loading for the building will be from the loading bay on Cloverfield Road, that's proximate to the intersection with Wayne Avenue. The orange tone arrows indicate turning movements in and out of that loading bay. On Cloverfield Road here is a one-way street westbound moving up from Wayne Avenue to Pershing Drive. So as proposed, trucks servicing the site will access Cloverfield from Wayne, then have to make a left turn out of that loading bay and proceed up Cloverfield Road. This configuration requires service vehicles to pass through part of the adjacent neighborhood before getting back on the main road. Here I do want to point out that in our staff report, we show those orange arrows indicating 2-way travel between the loading bay and Wayne Avenue, and that was a mistake. Showing the 2-way operation there was actually reflective of a separate request the applicant has in with MCDOT, requesting to allow for 2-way traffic operation on that portion of Cloverfield Road, essentially to allow their service vehicles to come in and off of Wayne Avenue and not have to exit through the neighborhood. So I do want to point out that correction here. Staff, we did look at the functionality of the loading bay, regardless of whether trucks were going to exit left out and go through the neighborhood or be able to go onto Wayne Ave, and that arrangement does work either way. The access arrangement that you'd be approving today with the application is the one-way pattern that's shown here and does exist out there today. And, we do wish the applicant well and hope that MCDOT does look favorably upon their request. We think that will be an improvement out there. Regarding public open space, this property being in the CRT zone, based on the number of frontages that it does have, is required to provide 10,771 square feet of open space per the zoning ordinance. However, the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan does have recommendations for certain properties to provide open space, and for those properties that aren't specified to provide the open space, it asks for a contribution in lieu of providing the open space on site to be provided to Montgomery Park so that they can help create and enhance great parks in Silver Spring. So this is a site that is not recommended by the plan to provide that public open space on site, so it is recommended to make that contribution in lieu. And that contribution in lieu is based on a formula that's been approved by the board which does include a potential discount for proposals providing affordable housing, which is definitely applicable here. The contribution formula is shown on the top of the screen here, and if this was a market rate project being subject to the contribution in lieu, it would need to pay the amount that we see here. Given the proposal is seeking to be 100% affordable, the affordable housing discount we see does apply, and where our expectation, if they do provide up to 100% affordable housing, is that the public open space contribution in lieu would be 0. I'll speak a bit more about the site plan condition that kind of spells out how that works on one of the upcoming slides. A forest conservation plan, is included with our proposal here today, and it does request a variance for certain impacts to specimen trees as specified here. We have 3 on-site removals, 2 off-site trees impacted. Those are shown in the image here, and staff is supportive of that variance request. And the project does also have forest conservation requirements that will be met through off-site afforestation. So looking at the proposed building itself, this is a view looking up from the corner of Springvale and Wayne Avenue. Here the building is 5 floors in elevation, and we can see how it does taper back in height with the grade as it moves up toward Pershing. We have brick that defines the lower 3 levels, and here we do see that Wayne Avenue entrance to the building with a bus stop in front of it, and there's that outdoor seating area is kind of just beyond where it says Springvale Terrace by the entrance. Here I do want to point out, too, the applicant added a really nice cornice that caps the building really prominently at this corner, so we think that that's a really nice architectural feature that they did bring in. Here we're looking at the rear of the building. This is the Pershing Drive side of the building with the main entrances off their parking lot. We see that architectural treatment does carry around the building to the main entrance area here. And here at the back of the site, the building will be those 3 stories in elevation. Regarding public benefits, because this proposal is providing greater than 20% MPDUs, it does only need to provide affordable housing public benefit points, and a minimum of 50 points would be required for this project. Here the applicant is providing points in 3 categories, over 160 points in categories including minimum parking, enhanced accessibility, and affordable housing. So they are meeting and exceeding that requirement. Regarding community outreach, the applicant did complete the required public noticing and outreach for the project. That included posting signs on each of the site's frontages, sending out written notices, and holding a pre-submittal community meeting. Department staff did receive and respond to a number of questions and concerns throughout the review process. Most of those came in from neighborhood residents. And we did have conversations by phone and email, primarily between January and March, with folks who did share their questions and concerns. So key issues from these discussions really revolved around on-site parking. Questioning, is there enough? And then how is loading and truck access to the property going to work? So staff did respond to comments received during the review process. Those responses are outlined in our staff report. And then we did receive some additional public comments this week that included 3 letters of support from neighborhood residents and an additional letter with the concerns noted here. Just briefly walking through our staff responses to those, and these are summaries of our responses regarding the issue of parking. The parking lot that is proposed has 55 spaces. That's 7 less than the minimum that was previously required when the application was first filed. And it's kind of detailed in the staff report. During the review of this process, the County Council passed ZTA 2310, which did eliminate required parking minimums in areas proximate to transit, and that this project does benefit from that. So there are no minimum parking requirements here. And just further, the site again is located within 0.3 of a mile of 2 future Purple Line stations and about the same distance of a county parking garage and other public transit options that are right around on Wayne Avenue and some of the other streets. Some potential parking, Also, during those discussions, I do want to point out the applicant did have some discussions with those neighbors too, and did let them know that They are letting potential employees of their facility and residents know about the parking limitations that will exist on site, as well as the permitting that's required in the neighborhood. And this is all in an effort to make sure that, they aren't overburdening the surrounding neighborhood with parking. Regarding loading, I think we've talked a bit about this. The concerns were shared about truck traffic potentially traversing the neighborhood. And under this proposal, as previously discussed, the applicant is really doing what they can to try to limit that to the best of their ability. The plans that they've put forth are workable, and we are supportive of them. We did have a question regarding site lighting and some comments about the existing parking lot lighting being really bright. The proposed lighting will meet current guidelines for that, which does include specifications to limit off-site glare. The photometric plans that are provided do support that and show light intensity levels diminishing at the property line as they're supposed to. Regarding landscaping, the site is meeting its 35% green cover requirement and does include on-site tree planting as well as street tree plantings. I think the comments that we got was, is there enough landscaping? Is it providing adequate screening of the building? We believe it is. We had a question regarding the scale of the development. Is it out of character with the neighborhood? Our analysis is no, we believe it is appropriate for the site. It's in line with the sector plan vision, with what zoning change from R60 to CRT was specifically made for this property, so they could have more flexible redevelopment opportunities. And the application does provide information that shows that it meets those neighborhood compatibility design requirements. So we think the applicant's done a great job of trying to tailor the building to the neighborhood. We also had some questions about environmental concerns during construction. What happens as far as dust and noise control, handling hazardous materials, and those are all things that will be handled through federal, state, and local guidelines outside of the zoning process. Moving forward, we do have two updates to conditions as they were put forth in the staff report that I want to walk you through. The first one has to do with site plan condition 8. So this is the public open space contribution in lieu condition. As it was written in the staff report, it didn't specify the dollar figures. I think that was the key thing, frankly, that was missing from it when we wrote it. We went back, we checked your guidelines, your master plan interpretation policy related to this, and saw that, that information is specifically requested to be in there. So we did have some more back and forth with our legal team, the applicant's team, to further tailor this condition to make sure that it's going to function the way the board intends and the way that the applicant expects. So we think that this language does that, and this is recommended to replace the condition as it's written in the staff report in its entirety. We also have a couple little tweaks to condition 11E. This is regarding putting potential future residents of the facility on notice regarding noise attenuation. So the changes that you see just here in red are what is recommended. So with that, staff is happy to be here today to positively recommend that each of these applications do satisfy the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations as applicable, and they do substantially conform with the 2022 Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan. Staff is very pleased to be recommending approval of the sketch plan, the preliminary plan, and the site plan with its final forest conservation plan, with the conditions as included in the staff report and the two corrections as presented here today. And with that, I'll conclude staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bossi, for their presentation. We have two constituents that are online for public testimony, Andrew Vincent and Anna St. John, who are both adjacent property owners. So we'll start with Andrew Vincent.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. You have 3 minutes, sir, so we'd love to hear your testimony.
All right. So I generally support this project, but not at the expense of the erosion of the long-established neighborhood traffic protection plan. The 1993 approval of the protection plan did not have provisions for eroding traffic approved traffic changes. In fact, the only provision that that 1993 agreement has is to strengthen the underlying protections. However, the only physical modification to the streets in this report shows the staff's misunderstanding of traffic circulation under the existing traffic plan. Further misunderstanding of traffic circulation is seen in Figure 9 of the staff report. It is inaccurate. It shows they don't understand the nuances of the traffic plan. I know that the proposed opening of two-way traffic on the eastern portion of Cloverfield Road is a Department of Transportation issue, but it factors prominently into this approval. That is being done outside of this public process. If that was open to two-way traffic, it is going to severely undermine the traffic protection plans that have been longstanding in this community. Specifically, vehicles will be able to travel through a do not enter sign and after a few seconds be legally back onto a two-way street. If anyone doesn't think this is a concern, I simply point you to the northern intersection of Pershing and Springvale, where the do not enter sign is routinely ignored because vehicles can illegally pass through it and then very quickly be back on a legal two-way street. This pressure and erosion of the traffic safety of the neighborhood is only going to increase with further population growth and development, including, of course, the Springvale Terrace development proposal. I'm not aware of any legal way that the neighborhood traffic protection plan can be amended without a formal public process. In fact, the only changes that can be made are to strengthen it by adding physical modifications. The issue of truck traffic here is essentially from spot zoning that recently, rezoned the property from R60 to CRT, which is resulting in double the height and 10 times the density allowed under R60 based on this proposal. Despite that, I generally support this and the affordable housing for seniors that will be brought. But I don't want more, as much as I don't want more trucks traveling through the neighborhood, the greater risk here is the erosion of the traffic protection plan and the increase in cut-through traffic this would bring. While the initial lease up of the property is obviously going to bring lots of moving trucks in and out of the property, I'd rather deal with the ongoing handful of move-ins and move-outs on a monthly basis, along with the occasional delivery of maintenance supplies to the property, instead of the regular sustained cut-through traffic that would bring greater harm to the neighborhood. Staff did not properly evaluate the existing traffic protection plan, and this plan does not fully address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Vincent. Next is Anna St. John. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear and see me okay?
Loud and clear.
Good. Sadly, I was told I had 15 minutes, but I would like 10, if that's okay.
No, individually, you're to have 3 minutes. I'm not sure. Maybe someone misspoke, but groups have 6, individuals have 3. So please go on and let's see if you can wrap it up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to talk about blocks and streets and design features that are in the sketch plan that you have on pages 16 and 19, 21, 22, and 24. I am an adjacent property owner of the proposed project and have lived directly across the street from the front door of Seabury Springvale Terrace at 8508 Springvale Road since 1994. It's been a wonderful block to live on. It's quiet, it's secure, and even with a fairly large residential institution directly across the street, it's been a great block to live on. My block is the block bounded by Springvale Road, Pershing Drive, Cedar Street, and Wayne Avenue, and it's the first block off the Central Business District to the northeast. And even as downtown Silver Spring has developed and redeveloped and developed some more over the past 20 plus years into a very busy commercial, densely built beehive, our street, Springvale Road, remains pretty peaceful. I did want to give you some background on original property ownership that was taking place when we moved onto the block in 1994. We moved on with 4 original property owners still still living here. Not to mention the Montgomery County champion oak tree at the corner of Wayne and Springvale Road, which is, 150 plus years. But we can forego all of that. I'll send you my letter here so that you have that history. And we've seen many families and businesses grow up on these blocks. And for the most part, we've seen a lot of life here. Many friends and neighbors come and go, and many of those were residents from across the street. And we've seen many iterations of Seabury Springvale Terrace as an elder services provider and institution. And with all of that as preamble, we wanted to talk about, as adjacent property owners, our significant concerns about design and planning decisions that have been made and construction challenges that we'll be facing and will encounter along the way, deconstruction and demolition of the existing structure, asbestos abatement associated with that demolition, installation and realignment of utilities and street lighting, continued disturbance and disruption of animal habitats initiated by Purple Line deconstruction all along Wayne Avenue. But topping this list is the super limited vehicular access onto the Seabury property going entirely on Springvale Road from Wayne Avenue. As currently proposed, there is one driveway curb cut located at the corner of Springvale Road and Pershing Drive for all the vehicles going in and out of a single parking lot servicing their main entrance. This is super bad planning. I did have a more thoughtful and well-stated presentation to make to you this morning, but I see you're cutting me off.
Well,
and so,
why don't you
I
take
think
30
that's
seconds or
important.
so, and if you have, and summarize your last piece there, and, but I think you sent in you sent in written testimony, did you not?
I did not. I have this written, as you can see, and I will send that to you. So thank you for the extra time. The main thing I want you to think about with the parking lot as it's currently configured is, and assuming that emergency vehicles will access the new facility from the main parking lot at the top of Springvale and Pershing, with there only being one curb cut in and out of that driveway, all the emergency vehicles will have to use that entrance. And in Montgomery County, every ambulance is accompanied by a fire truck. All those vehicles service the main door through that single driveway, park there with engines running for the 10 to 30 minutes of their call, pack up after the call, probably with somebody on a gurney, and then need to make a U-turn back out to the single curb cut for the driveway, which will likely include negotiating around a car or delivery truck, which is parked outside the spaces while the EMS workers were inside. This will happen 3-4 times a week. And this one aspect of the project is super concerning if all the traffic comes in on Springvale Road from Wayne Avenue. Some of it has to go out onto Cloverfield.
Right. So thank you. There were other comments like that were provided, so all of those are being taken into consideration. So thank you so much. We appreciate you providing your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just want to bring the real life, everyday concerns to the reality of your future program. Project. Thank you so much.
We appreciate that. Okay. So thank you so much. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? And when you do, can you address some of the concerns about this 1993 traffic protection plan and how that fits in here, and ingress, egress off of Springvale, and had the, I'm sure, but confirmed that the turning radiuses in that parking lot are suitable for the vehicles. All right. Thank you.
Good morning. Stacy Silver. Sorry that I'm not there in person today. I'm getting over COVID, so trying to keep everyone healthy. Very pleased to be here today on behalf of the applicant, Enterprise Community Development and Seabury Resources for Aging. With me here today are Mackenzie Kissel and Dan Grosek of Enterprise Community Development, Don Quattlebaum on behalf of Seabury Resources for Aging, also Pat LeVay with MHG, Alex Shiflett and Tom Donahue of KGD Architecture, Connie Fan and Jasmine Chen, Landscape Architects with LSG, Will Zeta, Traffic Engineer with Grove Slade, and my colleague Liz Rogers. And I see that you guys are pulling up our presentation, so maybe I'll pause for one moment. Should do that. I do want to say thank you to staff. As staff, Adam Bossi mentioned, there's been a lot of effort on all sides to review these three applications in the speed to market. We went through a very rigorous concept plan process before we submitted these plans. So we worked out a lot of complex issues, many of which have been raised by the community that we've worked through with our consultants and through meetings with community members. We also want to specifically thank Adam Bossi, Katie Mancarini, Stephanie Dickel, Elza Heisel McCoy, Robert Cronenberg, Paul Mortensen, and Atul Sharma, and of course, other agencies, including DPS and DOT. I think now we have our presentation up. Yep. We're really excited to be with you today with this 100% affordable senior housing community. The affordable community will provide significant community enhancements, including modern residential units, significant streetscape improvements that will benefit both new residents, but also the surrounding community. As Mr. Bossi mentioned, the Planning Board and County Council recommended increased density and height on this property to encourage redevelopment. And the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Community Plan specifically recommended upzoning the subject property to allow for redevelopment in a manner that Seabury and Enterprise propose. We're pleased to be able to implement the county and park and planning vision for the site and deliver this much needed affordable housing product to both Montgomery County and Silver Spring. I'd like to now turn it over to Dawn Quattlebaum of Seabury, who's going to talk a little bit about the existing development.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dawn Quattlebaum, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging. We are pleased to be here today with our partner Enterprise Community Development, and after years of planning and evaluation, we are very excited to be presenting to you a 100% affordable senior housing independent living community that will provide up to 236 homes for our at-risk aging population, including up to 90 new homes above what we currently have today. We have made improvements to our existing community over the years and considered significant renovations, but it became clear to us that our existing community was not sustainable for the number of reasons: exceptionally small and ill-equipped units, dropping occupancy, less than 60% since 2019, deteriorating building systems, high cost of maintenance, and significant operating deficits. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Mackenzie Kissel, who will discuss our project further, as well as our community outreach. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Mackenzie Kissel, and I am a Senior Real Estate Development Manager with Enterprise Community Development. Enterprise is so pleased to be partnering with Seabury to provide this much-needed senior affordable housing in Montgomery County. As you may know, Enterprise builds affordable housing throughout the country. Enterprise Community Development currently has 4,200 units in the DMV and over 11,000 units in the Mid-Atlantic. As is part of our professional practice and culture, we have invested a considerable amount of time in community outreach. We have had over 10 meetings with small groupings of residents and with SOWECA, the civic association for this area. And we have also solicited extensive feedback via electronic communication with residents. We appreciate and take to heart our neighbors' feedback, both supportive and critical. While we weren't able to accommodate every suggestion, many community comments where feasible have been incorporated into the development, including that we have added green space along Pershing Drive. The parking lot and the drop-off area have also been reconfigured in a more efficient configuration to allow for this green space. The building has set back farther from the street along Springvale, a community request. The landscaping design along Cloverfield has been refined. The loading dock has moved from Springvale to Cloverfield, and we have refined both open spaces along Pershing and along Wayne to create a more functional and beautiful neighborhood amenity. The resultant community that we are presenting to you today encompasses the changes that we made in response to community comments and includes 237 units that are housed in a 3 to 5 story building. As Adam mentioned, we've used the grade of the site and centered the higher portions of the building away from the community and along Wayne Avenue. The building complies with the height compatibility requirements of the code. The community will be 100% affordable and will be operated as an independent living facility. The community will serve a range of set-asides between 30 and 80% of area median income. 2, we expect to have vouchers on site to support extremely low-income residents. As part of the development, we are including 1 and 2 bedroom units that, unlike the current community, are modern and meet the needs of today's seniors with full kitchens and in-unit washer dryers. The community also provides ample functional amenity spaces to allow for socialization opportunities and also to allow for the provision of resident services. The community has been carefully designed with the input from neighbors to include materials, scale, and facade treatment that respect the neighborhood character. I'd like to turn it back over to Stacy Silber to further discuss the community.
Thanks, Mackenzie. We just wanted to go through a little bit in terms of some of the improvements that are being provided as part of this redevelopment. The first I just wanted to point out is the project is providing over 21,000 square feet of exterior green area, exclusive of the interior courtyard area. And this includes streetscape improvements, improved connections to the green space across Pershing Drive, and a large green area along both Wayne and Pershing Drive that bookend the site. In addition, the applicant is providing significant streetscape improvements along the property's frontage and off-site. The result is that there will actually now be no substandard roads after the redevelopment. This redevelopment presents an opportunity to improve some substandard streetscape conditions that currently exist that some of the community members have brought up and were important as Enterprise and Seabury were out in the community listening to comments. The improvements include construction of new sidewalks and tree panels on Cloverfield Road, Pershing Drive, and Springvale Road, new off-site ramps and sidewalk connections surrounding the property, new curb extensions at the intersection of Springvale Road and Pershing Drive, new street trees on Wayne Avenue to accompany a new side path constructed by the Purple Line. Next slide. The project is blessed with its close proximity to transit and infrastructure, which minimizes parking needs. It has a bus stop next to the property with service to 3 bus routes. There are over 3,000 public parking spaces within a third of a mile of the site, and it's proximate to the Purple Line and 2 Purple Line stations. Based on this proximity, as Mr. Bossi mentioned, the project is not required to provide parking on site, but is providing 55 parking spaces, which will be more than adequate to meet the demand at the community. I did want to address a couple of the questions that were raised, and we do have other consultants who are here who can also address some issues. The first comment I wanted to make is that, as you all know, the property is currently improved with a senior community with 146 units. The advent of this development, the raising of the existing development, the addition of this new development, there are actually only 19 new vehicle peak hour trips that are being provided on site. So in terms of a difference, the delta is actually not very significant. The other point I wanted to make is that because Seabury's current development has assisted living, there actually are at least 21 trips per week that have been made for food delivery from Cisco with larger trucks. That actually will be eliminated with this redevelopment. There were a lot of changes that were made as we were listening to the community in terms of access, thoughtful consideration in terms of where the access should be. Loading initially was provided along Springvale and was moved to Cloverfield as part of the discussions with the community. And we think that that does provide a significant improvement. As referenced, the 1993 existing traffic agreement that's in place, that is something that we had looked at. Our traffic engineers have looked at ways in which, well, first of all, in terms of kind of the existing condition and how this project fits in with the existing circulation. They've looked at truck circulation, fire marshal has certainly looked at this, has looked at how fire trucks and ambulances will enter and exit the property. And basically DOT, DPS, park and planning staff have all determined that it will be safe and efficient, as has our consultants as well. In addition to the existing condition, as mentioned by Mr. Bossi, the applicant team, based upon comments from the community, has also looked at providing some additional changes out in the field if the community desires it. This is going to have to be a community partnership in terms of our desire to change circulation along Cloverfield by way of example. And there are other traffic calming measures that Enterprise and Seabury are willing to help push forward and fund. So we are going to continue to work on those things. We'll continue to work with the community on some of those additional improvements. But what's before the board is something that's been reviewed in detail by all government officials and experts on circulation and access, et cetera. And maybe I'll pause there to see if you have any questions before I get into our conclusion, and see if you have any other questions on some of those points from our consultants.
Any questions or comments from the board, or shall we just go for the conclusion?
I'll have probably a comment after
Okay.
the conclusion.
Okay,
of
one,
the presentation.
Ms.
Thank you.
Silber, why don't you just
Okay.
finish up your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. Just in conclusion, we're very pleased to be here today to help fulfill the vision of the county council, the county planning board, in terms of revitalizing this site and allowing for increased affordable and senior housing in a respectful way that fits into this community. As mentioned by staff, the project complies with all applicable requirements. We ask that this presentation be included in the record, and that the materials that the applicant has submitted also be part of the record for this case. And again, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope you heal well. This is now for the board. Any comments or questions?
Thank you. This is a beautiful project and a beautiful revitalization of the current and existing building, and I'm excited for its completion. My one concern, and I think Mr. Andrew Vincent brought it up, is the change in the character of the street and how that street will be used. I think he was referring to going from a one-way street to a two-way street. And is it going to maintain a one-way street, or is it going to change from one-way to two-way?
Great question. So this is Katie Mancarini for the record, transportation reviewer. So this project that's before you at the board is not making any changes, but for context, we wanted to include that the applicant has made a request to MCDOT to make a short portion of Cloverfield Road two-way just to avoid having trucks going circuitously through the neighborhood. So what's shown here is the correction, but what they're asking for outside of our process, so it's not something that the board approves, it's something MCDOT has to do an extensive review of for all the reasons that were brought up with the 1993 traffic control plan, would be just from the loading dock to Wayne Avenue. So if you're a passenger vehicle and you're coming down Wayne Avenue, you're still going to make a right turn and continue on Cloverfield the way you would today. Now, if you're coming from, if you see this top one, this is Cloverfield Place, that's where we're coming from the top of the screen, it's not labeled, you still can't make a left turn if that's approved. So it really doesn't make any difference, and there's no houses with driveways on here, so it doesn't affect any of them. So there's no destinations that you'd be going to. It literally would only affect the loading dock. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for addressing that.
Yeah, it's easier in person than it is in a staff report.
I just wanted to make sure that the entire street wasn't going to be converted to a two-way street, taking into consideration Vision Zero and traffic patterns and safety of the citizens that live there now.
Exactly.
Thank you for answering my question.
Other questions, comments?
Just one quick comment and then hopefully another quick question. I just wanted to say that to echo Commissioner Bartley, this looks like a wonderful project. It's an ideal location, as has been talked about, particularly for, I know, the senior community who is living there today, but future residents will benefit from all these new transportation and infrastructure options. Purple Line, it's close to BRT, hopefully more BRT in the future. It'll become more walkable, more welcoming for more people. So this is truly a wonderful project, and I thank all of you for bringing it to us. My only question is around just a bit of clarification. I think this is, just for my own kind of educational benefit. So the 25% MPDUs, but 100% affordable. I understand the distinction. But is there is the applicant presenting any particular control period or duration for the non-MPDU affordable units? And is that something that planning weighs in on? Or just how does that sort of weigh into our evaluation process?
Mackenzie, do you want to address that?
Yes, absolutely. Mackenzie Kissel again for the record. So above and beyond the 25% MPDUs, this will be a restricted community by a low-income housing tax credit covenant. The covenant, it's a little bit complicated. There are actually two. There's the LIHTC covenant, and then there's a regulatory agreement that we anticipate. The LIHTC covenant, if I think I'm saying this right, I think it's a 25-year covenant. However, because we're accepting money from the state of Maryland, in addition to that, they place a 40-year restriction. So the end of the line is that the 75% of units that are restricted not under MPDUs will be restricted for 40 years.
Thank you. Yeah, that answered sort of my side question, which was where the financing was coming from. It sounds like it's LIHTC, among other things. So, yeah, thank you so much, and good luck with moving the process forward.
Yeah, so I echo the comments of my commissioners. Great project, definitely needed. I know based on my former work in MHP, when you have buildings that get old and you're just pouring money into them, buildings that are 50-plus years old. So I understand the reason for doing this, and I'm delighted you're able to provide 60% more units. That's always wonderful. And I'm delighted that you guys were able to do this speed to market, and staff was able to approve it before the 120 days. I know how much effort it takes to review a large project like this, and I'm glad you came in with a concept plan that also always gets out the kinks before you formally start going down the road. And one comment for staff, in terms of the park payment, is it by the rules we approved before that 100% gets zero payment? Is that, and the requirement here is that if it ever changes, there's some sliding scale that they would have to pay some, in terms of if it's not 100% affordable. Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great. So if there are no other comments or questions from the board, do I have a motion for approval? We'll have to do 4 in this case, I am told. So we'll start with, do I have a motion for approval of sketch plan number 320240020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, including this updated, this is to the site plan, so we don't have to, but.
Yeah, I'd move to approve the sketch plan with the conditions from staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan number 120240030?
I would move to approve the preliminary plan number 1/2024-0030 with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion for approval of the site plan number 82024040, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, including this updated condition number 8?
Legal informs me that with our speed to market, we can actually do the forest conservation and site plan. No? Okay, then I misinterpreted. I'm real sorry. Sorry,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, it's condition 8 and 11E.
8 and 11E, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Then I'm going to stop trying to do that. Site plan number 8, 2024-0040 with conditions, including 8 and 11E.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. And the last but not least, the Forest Conservation Plan number 2024-0020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
And move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. We look forward to the groundbreaking and then, but most importantly, having 237 new residents in the building. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We're going to take, we're going to break for lunch now. And then we'll come back for item number 8, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science, work session number 4. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day. It's item number 8, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science. This is the work session number 4, and we're happy to have Maren Hill from the Planning Department to lead us through this. Good afternoon.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Harrison, Planning Commissioners. For the record, Maren Hill with the Mid-County Division, here to lead the 4th work session on the Great Seneca Plan public hearing draft. So for today, we are going to do our red line recap of changes that were discussed with the Planning Board last work session, and then we will be moving out of the Life Sciences Center for the first time and on to the NIST, Londonderry, and Hoyles Addition area of the plan, as well as other areas, but we will be focusing on the Londonderry area. And then we will end with the next steps. These are hopefully the last 2 work sessions that we will be having on this plan. This week is kind of our final work session, and then work session 5, planning staff hopes to present the red line of the planning board draft, of the public hearing draft, and then ask for approval of the planning board draft in the next session. In this session, we received some testimony from the DHCA, Department of Environmental Protection, Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and we also held 2 meetings on 3/19, so during the public hearing, or while the public record was open. As I mentioned, we will be focusing on the entire area -1, which is the Life Sciences Center. So that includes Londonderry and Hoyles Addition, as well as Quince Orchard, Rosemont, Oakmont, Walnut Hill, the Washingtonian Light Industrial Park, Washingtonian Residential, and Highwood. We didn't receive any testimony for Rosemont or Washingtonian Residential, so we're happy to go through any of the recommendations in the plan that the planning board would like us to direct us to, but other than that, we're going to focus on the areas where we've received comments either from the planning board or testimony. Again, I believe at this point, the planning board knows the process of how we will show red lines and what we will and will not include small changes. Okay, so moving into the changes that we brought up last week, planning staff had shared that we would like to add language about a potential school site. This is in the Life Sciences Center, so focusing on from last week on one of the publicly owned properties. So the school site, the 2010 plan had a recommendation for a school site at the corner of Darnestown Road and Brochart, and this would move the school site recommendation to the publicly owned parcels along Key West and Brochart. And the purpose of this really is to emphasize that if a school site is necessary, we would like it to be a more urban style school site to fit in with the vision of the Life Sciences Center. And then also that we would like it to be evaluated as development applications are coming in if the school site remains necessary. And there are precedents for this in other plans. So I can just read quickly. An elementary school site is recommended for the state-owned site at the corner of Brochart and Blackwell. When there is an application for development of the property, Montgomery County Public Schools must make a realistic assessment of whether an elementary school site is needed and whether MCPS and the county have the funds necessary to purchase the property in a timely manner. If the finding cannot be made, development should be permitted to proceed. If a finding is made, the school will be subject to the height requirements, design guidelines, and other applicable elements as part of the development review process. Since the Life Sciences Center will be an urban in nature, school, if constructed in this location, must be in an urban form and co-located with other community uses such as child care facilities, health center, or other comparable public use.
Quick question. Just refresh my memory. If this wasn't in there, what would the standard process be? You know, if they wanted to, you know, something comes up, does the school automatically have an option, or could you just go through what's the standard process for?
If the school decides that they need a site in this area?
Yeah.
I can't say the exact process. I can probably defer to Carrie, but this, basically, what the plans do, the master plan, is they reserve the space.
Right.
And then, Carrie, I don't know if you want to.
Thank you, Mara, and Carrie Sanders, Mid-County Division Chief. So the schools typically have done a committee which looks at site selection for schools, and in the past, that committee convened prior to the pandemic to look at a number of school sites that could be located all over Mid-County and in Down County and Up County as well. So through that process, sites are identified. In addition to that, you know, what we tend to do is engage very closely with MCPS and the schools when we do a master plan, because we know things change. And so we want to make sure through the master plan, if something has changed since they've done their site selection, that we're aware of that and we can accommodate that in the master plan. Right. So those are kind of the two processes that we've used thus far for the site selection.
Okay, great. I'm good. Thank you. Bartley, you
Great.
good? Yes. Okay.
Great, thank you very much. The other minor changes after discussions on the Guardian site, which is the site that's located at the corner of, or between Research Boulevard and Shady Grove. The property owner had raised concerns about, you know, improvements for roads that they do not front on, and staff had also talked about how the Key West Avenue promenade would be part of the public benefits, a way that that developers could contribute to it. So we're recommending removing that line for Key West Avenue and changing it to the redevelopment should contribute to the implementation of the plan's recommendations and improve frontages of all streets that the site fronts, just to be clear about what the requirements are. And this is consistent with the county code as well. Great. This language for the Adventist site just reflects the changes that we made so that there would be one east-west roadway on the through the Adventist site, as well as the two bicycle and pedestrian connections that were reflected in the map that was shared last week with the planning board. So this just reflects it in the text as well. Great.
Did you want it, you said two bicycle and pedestrian connections. Do you want it to say that, or this is good enough for you?
Well, it's bicycle. I think that this is okay. It will be
great.
reflected in the maps.
It'll show it on the plan. Okay, great.
Okay. This is relates to the place management organization. We shared the text in red with the planning board last week, and we've added the text in blue to clarify that this would be the county that explores the full range of funding mechanisms, and the county that establishes the place management organization, not the planning department. So we just wanted to make that clarification. Great. Thank you. This is one additional discussion point that we did not, we had actually addressed this recommendation in our very first work session. We have this language in several of the areas in the plan that are primarily single unit residential areas. And we had a comment from the Department of Environmental Protection that noted that stormwater management was a little confusing in this sense because it sounded like something that was kind of bigger than what we were referring to. So we just wanted to change the language to say encourage the installation of green infrastructure such as rain gardens on private property through existing programs such as Rainscapes. Great. Thank you so much. All right. And now moving into the various areas of the plan, starting with NIST, Londonderry, and Hoyles Addition, which is shown in red. And we'll be focusing on Hoyles Addition, which is on the northeastern side of I-270. So you can see it's kind of that triangle shape at the top. So just quickly on the existing conditions in the area, Londonderry, just like the Life Sciences Center, has a low vacancy rate, so under 4% vacancy rate. The area contains 367 income-restricted affordable units, which is about 32% of the total units in the Londonderry area. They are a mix through a mix of programs. Many of the other units are also naturally occurring affordable housing, in addition to the income-restricted units. You can see here is a breakdown of the properties that are included in the Londonderry area when they were built, and the number of dwelling units as well as the number of affordable. And you can see the Willows is owned by the Housing Opportunities Commission. So both the Willows and the Londonderry are 100% affordable through these programs. I wanted to note that the Londonderry Tower, the expiration of their subsidy expires in 2040. Ooh, sorry. As I mentioned, we did have specific outreach to this area during the public hearing time. So on March 19th, we held 2 virtual meetings to talk with residents specifically about their concerns and hopes for the Londonderry area. And I just wanted to quickly share the comments that we received, which really were concerns about bike ped connectivity. The area is relatively cut off, so people shared desire for improved connectivity to the surrounding area, as well as transit improvements. One of the community members actually said that they've lived in this area their whole life and they work in the life sciences area right now. So they were talking about how difficult it is to actually get this short distance between the two. So improved transit. The concerns about affordability and the continued affordability. As we said, this is an area with a large number of affordable units and concern of that continuing on into the future. And those were the kind of bulk of the comments had to do with both mobility and that housing affordability and attainability in the area. So the planned vision for this area is that this remains a primarily residential area, but with some neighborhood serving retail, with improved transit connections, as well as a grid of streets. If the planning board remembers on our visits there, most of the area when you walk around the Londonderry, it's all parking lots and driveways. There aren't actually any internal street grid in there. And that it continues to provide affordable housing, but that's complemented with market rate housing options as well. And that we believe that both private and public investment is important to accomplish this vision and address some of the longstanding inequities in the Londonderry area. So a summary of our recommendations is that we are recommending increasing density to encourage more housing of various scales, creating an internal street grid, establishing dedicated bus lanes along Muddy Branch Road, and that is the same transit lane that runs all the way down to Bellward as well. Provide additional open space such as athletic fields or courts, and utilize the natural assets of the Londonderry area. There's a stream that runs through the site, or the sites, as well as mitigate noise and air pollution from I-270, which the area directly abuts, and increase the green cover and tree canopy, as well as adding in that green infrastructure that we referred to earlier. So this is, I'm sorry, this is not labeled, but on the left with the brown is the existing zoning. So it's currently zoned R20, and R200 is that little pocket of existing single-unit houses. And then on the right, in the pink is the what we are recommending for zoning, so a CRT2 with a C1.5, R2, and a height of 150. We are also recommending a commercial residential town floating zone on some of the other areas. If there is opportunity for redevelopment in the future, this floating zone could be applied. And just to give you an idea, we had talked about what the housing units are now. This, with an FAR of 2, the highest potential that it could yield, we don't think that this is likely, but could be up over 4,000 units. So currently, the area has 1,143. If everything were maxed out, then it would be it could be 4,158 units. And that's assuming that each unit is 1,250 square feet, which is our typical assumption. However, we did look, Luis Estrada, our urban designer, did look at what is a more likely scenario for redevelopment. Obviously, it could unfold in a number of ways, but in this scenario, you can see on the left, the existing, this is what is built now. And then on the right is the potential that we are imagining. And this is with 550 townhomes as well as 1,950 multifamily units. And this assumes that the Londonderry does not redevelop. We don't think before 2040 there's any likelihood that the Londonderry towers would redevelop, so we've left that in, and that is not included in the unit count. So if you did, it would be like 2,650. But just imagining what it could be like with more green space that's dedicated for residents that live in this area, with commercial that lines some of the multifamily buildings, as well as these townhomes in the center. As we mentioned, part of the plan's idea is to build out the internal street grid. So these are our street grid recommendations, and as you can see, we kind of avoid the Londonderry Tower here too, and the bikeways as well that would be internal. So having bike lanes along several of the roads, but not all of them, including a shared street as well, and a side path along Muddy Branch to the east. We are asking to make one change for our Londonderry recommendations. They're in the public hearing draft to remove a bike lane, and this is Road T. So you can see it, it's not shown here. You can see Road T on the right, and that there would not be a bike lane on this. All the streets in here are classified as town center streets, and this, the Road T does not have the right of way to include a bike path on it, but will have parallel paths, as you can see, on Road U and Road S. So we're asking to make that adjustment. MCDOT notified us of this, and it was a typo in there. As I mentioned, we received some testimony from both DHCA and DEP The DHCA said that the housing recommendations should require a sound wall in case of redevelopment. And they also said that recommendations focus on preservation, but should emphasize retention of affordability as the ultimate priority. So I think that for both of these, the staff response is that while sound wall would fall outside of the normal recommendations for housing, we do have recommendation that the sound wall as part of the op lanes project or other development projects in this area. So we think that that is covered. Staff also does have both recommendations for preservation as well as retention of affordability in there. So we think that this is also addressed in the plan. For DEP, they raised concerns that the plan should develop a metric for the long draft branch if we are requiring additional stream buffer protection. And the staff response is that we're not actually requiring additional protection so much as that there are some sites that were established and that were not included in the buffer but would be today. So that would be established at the time of development review and does not need to be addressed as part of the plan. And that is our presentation for the Londonderry. If the planning board has any comments or any changes or would like us to visit any other recommendations that are found in the plan.
Okay. Do board members have any questions, comments?
Can we go to the zoning piece with the overlay? Can you talk a little bit more about the overlay piece for that that R60, I think it's R60 section on the north side? Is there any reason not to just zone it CRT and make it simpler?
I do think that it has its own design guides and development guides, and these houses were built fairly recently, actually, at least some of them. So I think the CRT would add different requirements to the area. So if they were going to make changes, it could be that would be a challenging piece. I think that also the other part that we often think about in our plans is what's likely to happen. Most of these, as I mentioned, have been built recently. So we like to reflect like a kind of a reality that we think can be achieved even in the long term, partly because the pipeline development and other things, we start taking that into consideration, like the zoning will be what will be built. So that's why we often will say, this if, but not just rezone it outright.
Put that back to me. But with the commercial residential town floating zone, what does that provide for that area within there? What's the potential for that?
So they wouldn't have to come in, we wouldn't have to come in with an amendment to the plan to rezone that area if for some reason it was purchased by, by all of the homes were purchased by a developer, that this floating zone could be applied. So, where the amending a plan can be quite onerous, this would alleviate that step.
I would. My only issue, with the floating zone, I think that's all right. With the underlying zone being 200, I think that's high, given that we're talking about the attainable housing strategies right now and what would apply where. My recommendation would be to lower that, to knock that down a bit, that it's not 200. Or at least on the Londonderry side, NIST is not all that concerning to me. Talking about being able to actually redevelop anything. But with the overlay, it kind of pokes in there. I think I would like it denser, but I think at least the underlying R200 is too high given what we've been discussing with the attainable housing strategies and the multiplex and where the multiplexes might go, at no point are we discussing that being in R200. And I think there's enough opportunity for there to be more density there that we could at least bring that down, that underlying zone down somewhat.
I'm okay with that in that if it were like R60, R90, you would be able to get more density there, and I think that gives more flexibility because R200 is are for. I mean, are there those lots? That means what is that?
Is it an acre lot?
An acre lot, is that what that is?
What is it? What is a 200? I forget the underlines.
Yeah.
R1's an acre, R2's too. I forget what
R200 is usually half acre.
Half acre.
It's 20,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, just if I can understand, so the existing zoning is R200, and what I think Ms. Hill is telling you is we're just kind of truing that up to make sure that it meets the standards and development standards that are already exist today.
Yeah.
So when you say it's too high, are you thinking like an R60, R90 zone?
I mean, I would push for slightly more even than that, but I mean, R60 or R90, at least when we're talking about with the attainable housing strategies that we're discussing now, would then apply to that underlying zone and allow for sort of subdivision and multiplexes within there, which I think would be useful. So I would say at least down, I would say down R90 or R60. I prefer R60, but it's a preference.
My only hesitation would be to make sure that the development standards are still met with the R60, R90 that exist with the R200. I think they do.
Yeah.
But I'd want to make sure that we're not creating a conflict with putting in a zone that's got higher density, but maybe the setbacks are a little bit different or height's different. So
yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, and I understand that this waivers are fine and concerning. I would like it to be conformed so that the density with the attainable housing is there,
Sure.
I've never been a huge fan of stair stepping down density to begin with, but we're talking about an R200 that immediately goes to an R20, and that's a hard change right there. For the medium, or for now to a CRT, which was to an R20, was not to a CRT, and it was like I think the underlying zone should be allow for larger density and allow for the sort of the smaller scale medium missing middle housing that we're discussing in other situations.
Yeah, there could still be single family, but it's not
multiplex density kind of
multiplex,
thing.
yeah.
So it sounds like maybe you're suggesting that we change the underlying zone from R200 to either R60 or R90 pending confirmation that the design and standards would still, like that the existing structures would still conform to that.
And if the existing, I don't have any interest in making the existing structures non-conforming or having them have to do anything for that. That's fine. I don't mind. But as time goes on in the future and as we're adopting different, pro-housing and pro-density policies that underline qualifies, and it's already being surrounded by a fairly dense in an area that we're proposing to be a fairly dense redevelopmental area. So I'm perfectly fine if you guys want to come back with what works best for that. I don't want to let's sit here. We have our meeting next week, work session 5. That's whichever one you guys think is the most appropriate for that. But I think we should allow at least for more density in there.
I would agree with that. I mean, that's having more density there would be better.
So we'll confirm and then come back next week with that red line.
And what is the size of, just out of curiosity, what is the size of that area in acres? Do you have a sense of what that is?
Of the single
whole-
family or with the whole?
East of 270, the piece
Oh,
of road.
man. I used to.
But
but-
you don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we can keep going, but it just,
Yeah,
if you
okay.
ever, just that is.
Yes, I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem. And then the sound wall piece out of that, is that, so, yeah, I understand why someone would want to recommend that. That's this equity piece, like some communities have this barrier, sound barrier. Now, is that is that an overarching thing that we do going forward in terms of equity and stuff like that? If we don't want to, How did you, how did you say you were planning to address their comment? You said it's somewhere else?
Yeah, so we actually do have a recommendation for a sound wall or noise barrier in the plan right now.
Okay.
And I think it falls under our environmental section.
Perfect.
So we do have that.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, I like what Mr. Estrada did, is envisioning what could happen there, and I like having some green space, and the street grid, so I think you did a great job in imagining what could happen, okay? And in keeping some affordable already there, and so I'm good with that.
Thank you. Great. All right. Ooh. So the next area that we'll address is the Quince Orchard area, which is shown in red on this map. And just really quick, we have a summary of our recommendations are rezoning the McGowan property from EOF to R200, which we'll finally circle back to from our first work session, implementing the Germantown to Burtonsville Breezeway recommendation that's in the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan, making improvements and updates to the Quince Valley Neighborhood Park, as well as classifying part of it as Stream Valley Buffer Park or Stream Valley Park. And then that recommendation about encouraging installation of rain gardens and bioswales on private property. So we had started this discussion with the planning board in work session 1 and wanted to revisit it, bringing some additional information as well. So you can see in this kind of teal color is the McGowan property, and it's currently zoned EOF 0.75. And with a height of 100. It is in the you can see in the second map, it's in the corridor, the Thrive Corridor focused growth area. Staff had shared that although it's in this growth corridor, we do believe that there are some reasons to keep it at a low density, and that the consideration of the growth corridor should be paired with the context of the area. It's located on a rustic road, and this you can actually see if you go through this tunnel shown here. The property is to the right, so it's on a rustic road. There was planned transit as part of the Corridor Cities Transit Way for this area, but that transit stop planned near this property has been removed since the 2010 plan. There's significant grading as well as some other environmental constraints on the property. It's directly adjacent to the Seneca Creek State Park. So I said if you go to the right, you'll see the property. If you go to the left, that is actually the Seneca Creek State Park. And it currently does not have water or sewer. Some additional information that we wanted to bring the planning board is if you can see there's like a little red dot at the corner of the property. These show walk sheds for the area. So that's on the left is at a half a mile walk shed, and on the right is a mile walk shed. And this is using our MC Atlas tool. And you can see, hopefully you can see, there is a MARC rail station that is very small, but located on the map. So it's not in the half-mile walk shed, but it's just on the edge of the mile walk shed. Chair Harris had asked us also to come with some information about the adjacent property that is in the city of Gaithersburg, and that's the Parklands at Watkins Mill Town Center. And it's a 125-acre property, and you can see what is built here. It includes townhomes, stacked townhouses, as well as some single-unit attached and detached units. And just to give a little comparison, hopefully this makes sense. So there are 436 units at the Parklands, which is in Gaithersburg. It's on approximately 125 acres, which is almost 2.5 times the size of the McGowan property. So if the McGowan property was zoned at R200, it would be 113 units. And that would be, if it were at the same density as the Parklands, it could be built, like, that could build out to 271. The Parklands density would be, 181 units if it were on the McGowan property. So if it's R200, 113 units. If it were zoned R90, it would be 252 units. I hope that makes sense, but it's just to kind of show a comparison about what's in Gaithersburg and what could be possible at different zoning densities if it were completely built out at these zones. And I think that is all that we have for the Quince Orchard area.
So I had requested staff to look into the density at Parklands because unless I drove the wrong ways, most of the traffic would come off of Watkins Mill. And I looked on the south, and then I looked to the east of the property, and it looked like, the Parklands, if we could extend something like they have, seems like it would welcome a higher density than R200. And that's why I would have recommended, I recommended we look at something more dense, but it was hard to see driving all the environmental issues, and then the Rustic Road. I did go through the Rustic Road, but it seemed like it was so far on the west side of the property that most of the traffic would not come. The major entrance would be like these two properties off of Watkins Mill, so that's why I considered. But I want some input from other board members, what they think. But it seems as if it could accept a higher density than R200.
Yeah. I think this is a comment that may have been made the last time we went over this. There's a chicken and the egg situation, right? There's a small Mark station because there's never been anybody there, but there's never been anybody there because it's a tiny Mark station, So I think that there's infrastructure existing. Watkins Mill, I think, is the primary. I don't think anyone's going to build in which the Rustic Road is the primary access point. And I actually think that if you put something like R200, which its standard method is a detached home on a very large lot, you're actually making it more likely that the Rustic Road is going to be the access point to those lots rather than off Watkins Mill into a broader situation. So and given the fact that just across the road there's been very similar development, I would definitely go up higher with higher density. And we've, if you go along Watkins Mill, the north side of Watkins Mill in that area has curb cuts and access points and sidewalks and infrastructure that was put in as part of probably the other developer. I assume the other developer has to do offsite, so that we have existing infrastructure that's there. I think we have a lot in a property that can be accessed. I mean, I know the overall property is large. I think there's opportunities for subdivision within it. I think that there's. I think that really that could hold higher density, and it could hold higher density and benefit from the existing development that's already happened in the Gaithersburg site. And so I think there's plenty of opportunity there that can address the environmental issues that we have, things in place for. But I think honestly, if we do keep a lower, primarily detached, larger lot zoning, we're actually going to end up being more likely to get development in the areas where we prefer it not to be, as opposed to if we allow density that's closer to the Watkins Mill 270, where there's existing infrastructure that we have. And so I think it's worthwhile coming back with a higher density zone for this piece.
Yeah. Whether it's, and you can help us think through this, whether it's in an R60, or mixed use, something like they have. I don't. Do we have a zoning for like what they built, or is that something that was
It's a CRT of some type? It would have to be, right, to accommodate what they have on the south side of Watkins Mill.
Yeah, theirs is a mixed-use development, so their zones are slightly different than ours. So I tried to approximate what they are building there, but they determine the density of sites in mixed-use zone at the time of development review, so it doesn't have a set kind of density.
So what would you, what could you recommend that would have this mixed-use sort of zoning?
Well, staff was recommending another residential zone, but if the board is interested in mixed use.
Well, just more of by mixed, meaning more that can accommodate a mix of unit types, you know, so that could be some small lot, single, some attached, some townhouse, some whatever. You know.
Because the other side is not purely a townhome development, right? So the south side, the Gaithersburg development has both multifamily and townhomes within it, right?
So this is from their development, their site plan. So they have, it's 200 townhomes. There's some stacked townhomes.
Oh, this is from
cottage units, small single-family, wide single-family lots. So staff was recommending if we're going to move it up, that R90 might be an appropriate zone. It would actually allow more density than what's currently on this Parklands at Watkins Mill Town Center, and provide, some flexibility with the uses that are there. We've talked to the city of Gaithersburg, and they also thought that R90 was a fairly comparable zone. And then also with the attainable housing strategies, that could further expand the unit types that are allowed on the site.
Is there a zone that, because we only get townhomes with optional method under R90, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a zone that we can provide here that would be reasonable, that would offer standard method with denser housing options? I mean, they've got a pretty good mix here.
I think, Maren, if you don't mind going to the next slide with you. So we heard you kind of in the last meeting that the density here could be adjusted to be higher. So I think we were thinking the R90 was a good balance with some of the connecting neighborhoods, because we understand to the north and to the west of this property, we won't be able to connect really because we have a Pepco easement area, and I don't know if that shows up on your graphic, Maren, on the previous slide. If you wouldn't mind just showing where that Pepco area is. No. It's toward the north. You can't see the cursor, but it's toward the north and west. But we have some both parkland, state parkland, as well as we have this easement area. So we don't anticipate that we'll be able to have any roadway connections kind of other than to the main roadway. And so I think from that perspective, we could have a situation where putting a bunch of density might be a difficult transportation situation. So I think we had looked at the R90 as a good balance of more density, because we understand you can have 2/2s, as I understand. You can have townhouses. You can have sort of a mix of housing types to give that flexibility, but also not overwhelm the transportation network.
On this map right here, generally the north-south running looks like a road, looks like an extension of, is that Caulfield Lane? Is that an easement that you're talking about? The one that's running north of the existing development, kind of on the west side of Watkins Mill?
So what I was speaking of is actually wider, and I'm wondering if we might be able to show this on a Google map. So to bear with us here, but yes. So the roadway I think you're speaking of, Commissioner, is the roadway that's been established through the Gaithersburg development, and that roadway. Yes, that would be a potential connection. We have actually conversed with the city of Gaithersburg on this issue, and they are not favorable to that idea. So putting it out there, but yes, that would be one roadway. But we could also look at connections onto the county road to the south there, which would be another opportunity. So this aerial shows you the Pepco easement, which is sort of solidly that east-west wider area that's
the rectangle that goes through.
Yeah, the kind of thick bar.
Yes, that goes across I-270 to the east and to the west.
And on imagery, that's the one that's been clear cut out for the
trail,
for the utilities.
The utilities, okay. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My concern with residential, if we go for something that's a little denser with CRT or townhome, then we can have smaller overall site size too, which might adjust for, because I think, I can go look it up in a minute, but if we do R60 or R90, the overall minimum size has to be 5 acres, 3 acres, somewhere in that range, I think, for the optional method that allows for the townhomes and things like that. If we go a little denser, it can be a smaller site size, which may address some of this problem. I don't know if that's a reasonable thing to do. But if we're overly restrictive, then I don't think we get anything there at all with overall site size and single family homes. I think to make that an actual practical developable site, you need the density of at least townhomes. Otherwise, I don't think it works. Otherwise, it has to go a huge house to be really large houses, I think, to be a profitable thing for somebody to reasonably do. So I would only say that if we go for a denser or lower or a different type of residential zone, then it could be smaller pieces of it could be developed individually as opposed to larger pieces of the overall. I mean, it's a very large piece of overall property, but probably that southern and eastern corner, and I think there's a fairly large drop-off behind those townhomes as you go down Watkins Mill, behind the ones that are already there. There's a fairly large drop. There are geographic issues. So I think the overall developable size of it is fairly small. I wonder if we'll get more out of it if we allow for a developmental zone that allows for a smaller piece of properties to be developed with townhomes, houses, things like that, from a practical side. I will leave that.
So is this, without having more homework, is that something you could look at and come back? You know the parameters we're kind of looking at. I mean, I love it that you came back with R90 addressing that we wouldn't want it more density, and if there's a way to get a little bit more flexibility, may have to end up R90, but you know what we're trying to seek, and if you can come back next time, that would be great on that.
We can do that. We can look at the CRN zone. It sounds like that's kind of something that the board wants us to consider, and I think if I'm hearing correctly, there's a desire to add more residential, not necessarily more commercial. And so
it's the residential piece.
It's the residential piece. So, looking at that, we may not
like limiting this.
We might limit the C, but provide opportunity for higher densities in residential.
Yeah, a CRT zone with a low CFAR and a maxing out on the residential, I think, is reasonable and fine, or zero for that. It's the residential piece, I think, that would be reasonable there. I think any commercial is probably not going to. Right. It's either a very large scale commercial off the interstate development, and that's not what we want at that price.
All right, we can definitely look at that and provide some language at the next session.
Yeah, because the whole point, we think it would create some synergy what's around it, and so.
Okay. Is there anything else on the Quince Orchard area that the board would like to address?
No, thank you.
No? All right. So the next is the Oakmont and Walnut Hill area, and this is the area that both includes a school and the Washington Grove Mark Rail Station. So our recommendations for this area are retaining the existing zoning unless there is an expansion of the Mark Rail Brunswick line. I think as the board may recall, we had this station specifically has been pegged as a station that in the future they might either reduce service to or decommission altogether to make room for new kind of more highly populated stations, potentially at White Flint or Shady Grove. So although it includes a station, we're not sure if that will continue because Mark has identified that as a low ridership. I think we said we had 8 or 9 people, daily riders. And it's also a station that people drive to. It is parked over capacity. And there are 2 close by Mark Rail stations. The zoning for this area, you can see this is the recommended zoning. As I said, we didn't make we didn't recommend any changes to the zoning except for that floating zone. And again, that zone basically just allows that we would not have to come back with an amendment to the plan if conditions were to change and service were to expand in this area. So you can see the various gradients, and then we received one comment from DHCA that there is a church that's along Central Ave, Central as the most northern street on the map, and unfortunately, I don't think you can see my cursor, but there is a church that's kind of the most northwestern parcel in this area, and it is, DHCA pointed out that because of new county legislation, the church would be able to provide housing in the if it chose to pursue that on its land, and that if the zoning were increased, that they could provide additional housing. Some of the limits is that there's actually the Muddy Branch stream runs through the church property. It also kind of meanders back and forth under Central Ave. So there are environmental constraints in this area. I think if the board will recall, this was a narrow street that did not have sidewalks and kind of had bioswales on either side of the road to kind of permit for some of that stormwater management. And this is the only slide that we have for Oakmont. So if there are any questions on Oakmont, or we can move on.
So I'm fine with your recommendation, but the question I had was just so I understand better. What would the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone say? I mean, it just gives the opportunity to change what's under it without a formal process? I'm just trying to help me out here.
Without coming back and amending the plan. So, to amend the plan involves coming back to the planning board and going to the council and getting a new ZTA. So this would allow an easier process to apply the floating zone.
Yeah.
And apply the floatings. Oh, okay. You haven't defined, it'll just be.
Sorry, and the neighborhood, the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone would be what is already on part of the plan right now, which is the CRN 5, C5R 0.25.
And Mr. Chair, usually with a designation in the master plan, it's easier for an application to come through because the master plan has already recognized that there is that staff has evaluated it, that both the board, the council have approved something that says it's easier to meet the prerequisites based on an evaluation that was done at this stage. So having that designation in the master plan is very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
And so and one more piece of clarification, it's a trigger, right? If there's an expansion of the marks, is that right? There's a mark station, the floating zone triggers?
That's one of it. One of the triggers. There's some prerequisites to meet for a floating zone application. Some of it's transit location, some of it is density and proximity to other infrastructure.
Okay. All right, great, thanks.
I was wondering if you can remind me what the existing zoning, is the existing zoning for the site entirely R200, or is it more in line with what we're looking at here?
For the surrounding sites, or for the?
Sorry, for the entire Oakmont, Walnut Hill kind of area that we're looking at.
Yeah, so it's a mix of R90 and R200.
The existing, or?
The existing, and we aren't recommending changes. Just outside of the area, the town of Washington Grove is, it's like detached units. To the north and west in the city of Gaithersburg is low-density residential. That's the name of the zone. And then there is, to the east and south, there's some industrially zoned land that's kind of, splits the rail track.
Yeah, gotcha. I see that now. I was curious, for anyone who either was around when the previous plan was done or is familiar with kind of the rationale as part of the previous plan that at least considered the zoning here, is there a rationale for the decisions between what was pegged as R90, what was R200? Kind of, and my question's kind of primarily coming from, a rough scan of the map. It looks like there's some comparable lot sizes. And I hear what you said before. There are some environmental constraints. There's some roadway considerations, right-of-way constraints. But yeah, I was just wondering what the rationale is, considering that a lot of the area appears to be sort of built out in a similar manner today.
I was not around at the time of the last plan. I don't know if, we do have two planners who were. I don't know if either of them in the audience, if they want to come up and they do know the rationale. I do imagine, I think that it does look like there are some that are kind of smaller lots that are zoned R200 that are adjacent to the R90. But I think along Central Ave, which is that kind of northernmost roadway, and then the one adjacent to it, which I believe is Oakmont, they are larger parcels, and that is also where the school is located as well. But I do not know the history of it.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I guess for similar reasons to, I guess, what we've talked about before, my inclination would be to lower the R200, to either something comparable to, what's around at R90, maybe even push it down, maybe push the entire area down a little bit further than that, kind of in line with, some of the rationale that we talked about in the previous area that, as we move through attainable housing, it would be nice if we could sort of take these kinds of opportunities as they present themselves through master plans to particularly a site like this with, understanding, of course, the current limitations of the MARC rail service and station there. But, I don't see a compelling reason to kind of limit our options moving forward in the near or medium term. If R90 or R200, or sorry, if R90 or R60 can potentially get us a little bit more bang for the buck in moments of redevelopment, in moments of individual homeowners making decisions for their homes, it seems potentially worth it. It also, it feels highly unlikely that we're ever going to see like a decision from MARC to expand service here if we don't take an opportunity to at least allow for more housing in more sites around the station. So the trigger, although I understand the sort of intent behind the trigger, I don't see any real possibility for that in the near term.
I think that staff actually sees it as desirable. MARC Rail has stated that they will not expand new stations unless they discontinue service at other stations. So I think that part of this is recognition by staff that it's actually desirable to discontinue service at this station if it means that it will serve kind of higher density populations at White Flint or Shady Grove. So, I think in some case it's like, as you mentioned before, it's like, do we build up the area and then we can support the transit? And in this, we're saying that actually there are markets that are already existing and continuing to grow that would be preferable to serve rather than the limited growth that we could potentially get here. So I think that was actually part of the thought for staff when we decided not to recommend a zoning change.
And I would say, just to add to your comment, Maren, we met recently through the Corridor Forward Plan with MARC and went up to their offices in Baltimore, and they were very clear. They had not changed their policy about that. And so I think what we were trying to do was really focus the conversation on where the master planning had assigned large densities and try to get that MARC service in a really good place for those areas. I think we have 9 people boarding this in the morning. So I think this is a situation where we felt, okay, if we really want to prioritize where these major infrastructure improvements happen. We want to do that where we have like a lot of density and a lot of growth happening.
And that makes sense. And I recognize this particular station is most likely on the chopping block, and it's not necessarily about, like, it's less than a mile from the station just to the west, which probably is a high ridership station. There are other opportunities for folks if they do want to ride MARC Rail in the area. But I think the larger point, I think, still stands in terms of attainable housing and sort of trying to get a little bit more bang for the buck in these these moments of reconsidering the land use in the area. I don't know how others feel about this particular site, or if anyone else feels strongly, but I think it would at least be nice to kind of see some options or some sort of, evaluation of something below 200.
Yeah, I wasn't the first one to bring it up, so I'll go ahead and talk. Yeah, I would absolutely support that. I understand the desire to conform with what the existing, and quite honestly, the drop from 200 to 90 is not going to probably get us a lot of subdivisions or a lot of extra housing, but it does allow for the possibility of that. We should really talk to MARC about their plans going forward. But I think with particularly this, it's a tiny section. It's not a drop in zoning or a density increase in zoning that would necessarily change the character of it. It would allow for further subdivision, and it would allow for it to come in under the attainable housing, potentially come in under the attainable housing. And if what is most likely to happen, which is that the Walnut Grove station putts along and they never actually make any changes, then a couple of duplexes and triplexes offer some more opportunity for people to take a train. I quite honestly think that I'm kind of with Commissioner Linden there, that a drop to 90 throughout the whole area I think is reasonable.
I would like to chime in and say I support both commissioners in the expansion of this area. And with the expansion of the area, there may be an opportunity to save that station. But when we went on the tour, you could see the potential for housing and opportunities here. And this little enclave here is an attractive place for high-density housing. And I think if it was developed there and built out, I think it would garner a great deal of interest amongst potential home buyers.
I'm fine. We're good with the 90. It's a hodgepodge of lots anyway. You could see how they're so cut up.
Yeah.
So perhaps as the part of the review that we're doing for the other section about whether there would be any issues with converting R200 to R90, we can look at that for this area as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the best case scenario is probably we get a couple of subdivisions out of it, like subdividing lots out of it and a couple extra houses. But I think that's a couple extra houses we don't get if we don't make a 200 change to 90. I think it's a reasonable thing to do.
So does that sound like the course of action, though, looking at the R90? Okay. Thank you. Then the next area that we are going to discuss is the Washingtonian Light Industrial Park. This area, if the board recalls, is primarily zoned moderate industrial. And one of the plan recommendations was just to raise the height from 50 to 60 in that industrial zone to allow for some additional building types based on our research. And we received one comment from DHCA that inquired about if housing was a potential in this area. And we received one comment from the Department of Environmental Protection that said that we should set an impervious cap in this area. If the board recalls, this area has very high impervious surfaces. So to address the first comment for DHCA, we actually think it's preferable to leave this area zoned industrial. There's just 1%, less than 1% of all the land in the entire county is zoned for industrial uses. So we think it's important to keep this, maintain it as, an important part of our economic development. And also for uses like the life sciences that require some of those industrial type developments as well. In terms of impervious impervious caps are usually set for a special protection area, and this area is not part of that, is not currently an SPA. It is also just makes up a small part of the watershed that it's part of. So we don't think that adding establishing an impervious cap would be appropriate in this situation. But the way that we have looked at perviousness and increasing tree canopy and stormwater management in this area is by increasing the tree canopy and having recommendations both for future development, also in the public right-of-way along streets and streets in this Washingtonian industrial area.
It would be my recommendation to keep it industrial, and if you recommend not setting an impervious cap, that's fine. Any new industrial in here would have to still meet stormwater management requirements and stuff like that. Is that?
Yes.
So I'm.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, I'm good with keeping it industrial and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not particularly positive place for more residential to go. I think it's perfectly fine where it's, yeah.
You good? Yep.
Great. We'll get out of here before 3 hours. Okay. That's the only side that we have on the Washingtonian industrial area. And the next section is Highwood. Highwood, if you remember, this is where we started our tours when we had the planning board tours. It's the only area that's completely surrounded by the city of Rockville. Our recommendations for Highwood are to retain the R200 zoning, construct a side path around the south side of Darnestown Road, consistent with the bicycle master plan, encourage the installation of stormwater management through that Rainscapes program that we mentioned, as well as bioswales and rain gardens. We received testimony from DEP suggesting that we should highlight the City of Rockville's Rainscapes program as an additional resource, but since this area is not in the City of Rockville, we maintain that the Montgomery County Rainscapes program is more applicable. And that is all the testimony that we received for Highwood. Great. Well, that is all of the testimony and the slides that we have for today, unless the board has additional items that they would like to address. If not, the next steps are to review the red line next week. The board will be receiving that in their packet with all the changes to date. We are still waiting on a couple of graphics. Those would be presented at the board next Thursday in our PowerPoint to get approval and then added to the red line after. If the board approves the red line and accepts it as the planning board draft, we would transmit to council. We expect to transmit to council then by May 9th. So we do have a little tiny bit of wiggle room. And then the next steps after that would be that the council would hold a public hearing in June and begin work sessions on the planning board draft.
This is great. I'm really excited about this plan. It's both on the housing and economic development sides, and then we look forward to next week. Any other comments?
Yeah, just likewise. I think this is such a great effort by you and everyone else who've worked on this, and I'm so appreciative of how thoughtful and how kind of you've taken such a holistic and kind of view of the area and trying to kind of meet our countywide challenges in an area where we haven't really moved the needle too much in, at least since the last plan. And it's streamlined as well with so many other initiatives that we have talked about, we will be talking about. So again, I'm so appreciative of all the work you've done, and I think that this is going to be a huge step forward for the area, so thank you.
Yeah. And working for us and how we can get more density in the area. So we appreciate your flexibility in looking into the nuances of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're good? Oh, great. All right. So if there's nothing else to discuss today, the planning board hearing is ended. So thank you so much, and everyone have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.